I have survived 3,000 days in hardcore Minecraft without ever sleeping. During that time, I built and built and built to make the ultimate mega base. This place has all the farms and it looks amazing both on the outside and the inside. Okay, I lied. This is horrible, but that's what we're going to fix in these 1,000 days. You're about to watch an actual movie with crazy building progress and some wild adventures that took over 300 hours to edit. There's some crazy stuff in here. Please leave a like and subscribe, and if you don't have time to watch the entire thing, it would be amazing if you leave it running in the background, as it helps me out a ton. Our story begins on day 2001 at my mega base, which once started as an empty swamp before it got destroyed and then rebuilt into a magical scene. As long as we don't look inside, that is. Because there is absolutely nothing magical about the basement right now. That day, I wanted nothing more than to start working on the base. But before we could do that, there was one important thing to take care of first. You see, here in the forest is my Hall of Fame. It's where you guys get to be a part of the world, as a thank you for hanging out during the live streams. Now, usually I fill a few pages of names during the stream, but during the 2,000-day stream, we ended up with almost 200 names in the book. And in moments like these, traditions get started. So before we got back to work at the main base, I decided to make a special room for the 1,000-day milestone books. A room that will hold a vault for the most cherished books in my world. That room would put my recent practice to the test. Most of you probably know that I had a hardcore world before this one. That world will forever be special to me, because it's a world where I learned to play the game. This world is meant to be something else though. If my first hardcore season is where I learned the game, then this season will be the one where I master it. But that means I need to fix my weaknesses. And one of the areas where I really need to improve is the art of redstone. So around day 1800, when we were preparing for the 2,000 days fireworks, I did a deep dive into redstone in a creative world. I learned about delay circuits, pulse shorteners and extenders, and or and not switches, T flip-flops, different clocks, and all sorts of small redstone components and circuits to help me in my base design. In this special room, I combined my building skills and my newfound redstone knowledge for the first time, as I integrated a 3x3 spiral door designed by Mumbo Jumbo, before fully decorating the room around it. This vault, in what we call the Hall of Thousands, is now the heart of our shared journey, where every 1,000-day arc will start and end. We will be back here later to finish up the room, but for right now, it was time to leave this place behind, because there was a much bigger underground area that we had to focus on. So I left the Hall of Fame and flew to the Loonly Mountain, where a magical castle towered miles above the rest of the world. But that was just the start. Through a hole in the side of the mountain, we could access the area underneath, where my industrial district is located. And although it's kind of cool to hide your industrial area like this, as soon as we're actually down here to collect resources from our farms, well, everything still looks like trash. So I decided to spend the next 1,000 days building a proper mega base under my mega base. To start that whole project off, I had to get a proper entrance to the area. And I had already placed out a temporary reference gate in the perfect location. Just to make sure that I was in the right spot, I grabbed some light blue wool to make a quick reference line for the pathway that we would build here later. When the flow of the path looked nice, that just left the small matter of the actual door. For this one, I had something very special in mind, and I had done my research. Rather than a spiral door, like in the Hall of Thousands, I wanted to go with something larger and more dramatic. This was going to be the main entrance into my base after all. The only issue was was that at this moment, I didn't have the materials for the door ready to go. Besides slime blocks, you also need honey to make a door of this size move. However, my bee farm that I had made earlier had been producing honeycombs rather than honey bottles. Because I wanted plenty of honey for the future, I decided to quickly extend the farm by another 2 layers. Then grabbed a bunch of glass bottles from the witch farm and stocked up the dispenser. As long as we were working on the main door, I would be well in range of the farm. So I decided to build the entrance surrounding the gate while the bees did their thing. Using snow, I went to work to shape the entrance cave. To make sure the gate could slide out of the way seamlessly, I built up a temporary wall of packed ice as a placeholder for where the door would eventually go. And then I built the cave out as far as it needed to go for this to look right. It wasn't much yet, but not too long from now, this would turn into one of the most unique base entrances you'll ever see. Mark my words. But for that, we needed honey. And the bees, well, they do things at their own pace. So while we waited a little while longer, I turned my attention to another place that also needed a door, and I built up a storage room for all the farms to combine their output into a chest wall on this side of the base. While I build up that room, let's talk about the plan for this 1000-day arc a little more. From day 0 to 1000, I had gotten myself set up, built a starter house, and then bombed out a perimeter to hold all the farms I'll ever need. Then we covered the whole back up and transformed the entire area into a snowy biome to make everything look right. From day 1000 to 2000, we developed solid industry under the mountain with important farms and a super smelter, gathered resources, and then built up a castle to make the area look great. Well, the next part is getting rid of the trashy, disconnected vibe down here. What I want instead is a base where every part of it is decorated and detailed, so it doesn't fall apart visually as soon as you're through the door. There are very few bases in Minecraft survival history that are both large and detailed. Most of them are empty shells, or they're not finished. And I'm at least as guilty as everybody else, if not more. But that ends with this. Oops, I talk too much. Well, at least we had our storage room done, and the bees had produced enough honey to build and wire the main door. After taking care of all the redstone wiring, I came up with a cool hidden excavator system that uses a snowball effect. Going from this to this, my god, the best upgrade to the base so far. So with that out of the way, it was time to really start working on the base. Before we could start the operation to cover up the industrial district even better than before, which probably needed a better code name. Well, before we could start that, the industrial district itself was due for a bit of an upgrade. And that all started with the Froggy Adventure. One of those streams where everything got a little off the rails. It all started pretty simple. We had to get ourselves a frog light farm, so I would have access to different colored light bulbs. And that quest turned into one of my favorite streams from this entire arc. Chat sent me pictures of frogs. Frogs spawn naturally in the mangrove swamp. Luckily, I had found one before, so I knew exactly where to go. A quick trip over the nether roof got us to the desert, and barely a minute later, I was in the swamp running around looking for frogs. I honestly have no idea why I thought this was going to be hard. But before I knew it, we had found 2 of them, and I was on my way to bring them home. Which I really didn't need to do actually. But I didn't think of that before I dragged them all the way to the coastline in a local village. Since that was as good a place as any to do this, I fed the frogs slime balls, waited for their spawn to hatch, and then caught the tadpoles in the morning. Armed with buckets of tadpoles, I flew back to the base for the next step. Now, you can get 3 different colors of frogs that produce 3 different colors of frog lights. So I had to hatch a pair in a warm, a cold, and a temperate climate. Since the swamp around the base is a temperate biome, I started out by getting the brown frogs and guiding them through my portal to the nether roof. Next up were the green frogs. But the cold biome is a little further away than you might expect. See, all this snow over here is my doing. The real cold biome doesn't start until you go all the way over here. Which meant I had to take a slight journey back to the portal in the base of the mountain. Those two through the portal as well. There was only the issue of getting too wide from a warm body, which Jet suggested I could use the nether roof. Now, there was a slight issue with that. Since you can't have water, you need to see feed the tadpole slime balls before they grow up too soon and die. That definitely didn't happen to me though. Okay, I lied. It totally did. And then it happened again. With only 3 buckets of tadpoles left, I ran into the issue that I couldn't just use these for the farm frogs. Because if I wanted to get more frogs later, we would have to fly all the way back to the desert to get more spawn. So instead, I came up with an idea to keep at least a breeding pair of frogs somewhere. The most logical place would be under the mountain. But in an effort to not make the laggiest base in Minecraft, while trying to make the best one, I tried to not leave too many unnecessary entities in that area. Which meant that I needed a different location. Luckily, I had just the place for it. The Hall of Thousands had been almost completed, but not quite yet. So I decided to turn the water into a frog sanctuary and spawn the hatch into tadpoles while I finished decorating the room. So I dropped the tadpoles in the water under the vault and flew back to the industrial area to collect more slime balls to feed the next unlucky tadpoles doomed to go up to the steaming hot nether roof. Farming slime with a looting sword is so easy here that even after 2,047 days, I built a slime farm. That would have to change soon, since I was going to decorate this area. We'll get to that. Armed with a few stacks of slime, I flew back to the Hall of Fame, caught myself a bunch of tadpoles, and went back to the nether roof for round 2. Any dimension except for my overworld legs bugging out of me. I spent a moment swimming through bedrock while frog legs in the air. Nothing moment of letting the world load while chilling in the menu won't fix. A few moments later, after some intense force feeding, we had our frogs. And that just meant I had to build up a magma cube farm in a basalt delta biome, where the large magma cubes got killed and the small ones got eaten by my froggy friends to produce froglights, so they also got killed. The only issue was that I hadn't figured out the design for that farm just yet. So rather than doing research on Sword, I tended to the other thing that was yet to be completed. I left the frogs chilling in the nether for a bit, while I flew out to a nearby lush cave to get the one thing that was missing in the Hall of Thousands. These caves are the only place where you can find spore blossoms. And these hanging flowers are absolutely worth trips. Just putting one on the ceiling creates a magical rain of green spore particles. Combine that with a few leaves here and there, some seagrass, and a few sea pickles. And our still vault room turned into the magical room that I wanted it to be. I can't wait to be here again. The second of 6 books on the pedestal. That day, after the stream, I built up the Froglight farm. And with the Hall of Thousands finished and that farm done, we now had 950 days left to turn this mess into something remarkable. It was time to lock in and focus. And that meant we would be spending a lot of time underground in the dark mess that was my industrial area. So no more fancy builds to look at, and no more shaders, because it was way too dark down here. And if I did shaders, my stream chat wouldn't be able to see anything. Now, before we could actually start decorating, there were 2 more farms that I wanted to set up, because those farms would automatically produce building blocks that we would need later when it was time to make the area look good. But we were getting to the point where I had to be smart when deciding where our farms go. So when I tried to decide where our slime farm would go, I ran into a gate. You see, we have 2 wish farms in the base. Now, every time we open the slime farms, they rely on slime chunks. So putting a tower in the middle here to farm slimes in one of those chunks, well, it would work if we're in the area to load the witch farm, also spawning slimes into that tower. So our witch farm would still work. And that's not good. So the solution is to build the slime farms under the mountain, but as far away from our witch farms as possible. Which means down in the floor. Now, that's pretty smart and all, but that tower up there generates way more slime than this tiny little thing, of course. So I decided that rather than a 21-layer tower, I would just build a bunch of 3-layer high farms and connect their outputs together. That just left the minor issue of figuring out where the slime chunks were, though. You see, I am not using a tree, and I'm also not using chunk borders or chunk base. So to figure that out, we had to rely on some other tricks. For step 1, I figured out a chunk corner using a map, since map corners are also chunk corners, always. Step 2, I made a grid of stone markers to distinguish the chunks from one another. And then, step 3, by flying up high enough to let any existing slimes despawn, I managed to force new ones to spawn in. And right at the moment when they spawned, they gave away the secret of the slime chunks under my mountain. Easy enough. So with plenty of chunks located, I started clearing out the terrain for the farms. The lower down we can build these, the better the witch farms above will still work in the future. So I got rid of lava pools, set up a beacon to mine slime chunks down to bedrock, and started sailing. It took me about 14 game days to get it all. A solid 13 hours of constructing slime farms. But trust me when I say that the end result would totally be worth it. Through underground water channels, right on top of the bedrock, I transported all the slime to the room under the super smelter. And this room would be the first place underground that we would enjoy spending time in. I figured that since we would be using the super smelter a lot over the coming 900 days, all the time that we spent making this place look good would surely pay dividends. The key to keeping motivation to work on your world is making sure that it's enjoyable to play. And one of the best ways to do just that is making sure that the spots you come back to time and time again just feel really cool. So after setting up a bubble elevator, chests and hoppers to collect all the slime farm output, it was time to turn this output room into one of those cool places. And that started by making it less square. A quick snow outline with a door frame on either side gave us a pretty decent idea of what we were working with. I could see the oval shape work well, but I wanted something to give the room character. So I came up with the idea to build a pond on the side opposite our output chest for the farms. Like so often though, someone in my stream chat offered a suggestion that got me thinking about a cool design. Since this wasn't just the output room for the smelter, but also for the slime farms, we could use some slime blocks as decoration. Now, I don't really like the whole thing where you make your farm look exactly like what it produces. But a small hint to it? That's a very cool idea. But if we were going to use slime here, well, then there was a block that would go with that so well, and we had only just gotten access to it. So I flew out from under the mountain and hopped through my portal to the nether roof that was hiding away in the snowy swamp, where I picked up a stack of verdant froglights. Back at the base, I hid those deep in the bedrock of the pool we were making, before covering them up with slime blocks. Putting water on top of that, and a small pile of slime sticking out of the water. I could definitely work with this as a centerpiece for the room, but it was still missing something. A little light. So I made a quick trip to the ice spike biome to bring back 2 frogs who would solve that. I know, I was breaking my instant rule here, but just look at these guys. They're just too cool. So I walked them all the way to the mountain, dropped them down in a boat, and guided them to our smelter output room, where they will get to live in this slimy pond, forever watching over our slime supply. Just to make sure they really liked it here, I quickly gave them some kelp to play with. And then, it was time to get back on track and decorate the room around it. Which was easier said than done, but I was going to prove exactly how slimy I can be. basalt walls were easy enough, but as I got busy installing the redstone doors to the room, I quickly ran into a serious problem. No matter what I tried, I couldn't figure out a way to fit all the required components under the door. There was always a block of bedrock blocking me somewhere. And since there was no way to move the door up either without colliding with the super smelter output in the ceiling, we had to make room for it. So I spent the next day removing bedrock blocks with this weird TNT piston trick until there was plenty of space to work with. Bedrock may be unbreakable, but that's not going to stop me from installing a door wherever I want to. With all the new room, I set up the redstone circuit, and a few minutes later, we called it a day for that stream. The next morning, I went all out to complete the smelter as a surprise for my stream when we started up again. So when we went through that door again, the room looked very different. And if I do say so myself, really cool. Under normal circumstances, this room is pretty dark, even though it's completely spawn-proofed. But whenever the furnaces are on, well, then the bamboo ceiling lets enough light through to light up the entire room. This place was now the industrial engine room of my base. But before we could add another farm to it, I had to go out to collect a resource we would need a lot of in the near future. I decided to turn on the shaders to enjoy the view. We were going to use a lot of copper for the main part of the underground area. So I flew out to find some copper veins under the ocean and set up a beacon right away. You can truly get incredible amounts of copper from these things. So much that you might want to bring a crafting table, just to turn all the raw ores into raw ore blocks so you can carry them all home. With the first vein mostly collected up, I made my way back to the mountain to deposit all the ores into the smelter. But that wasn't enough. We weren't quite done gathering the stuff just yet. 2 more veins were found in mine that day before I ended the stream. And with that, we probably had enough copper to last us quite a while. So the next stream, we could focus on the last big farm we needed to build right now. And once that one was out of the way, well, then our transformation of the underground area could really begin. I'm sure you are wondering what that farm is exactly. Well, we're planning quite far ahead here, but I know that to make the terrain under the mountain look good, we're going to need a pretty big variety of blocks. Now there is one block in particular that would help a lot, and we can fully automate the collection of it. That block is the dripstone block. To prepare for the construction of the farm, I had already collected a shulker box full of dripstone blocks and pointed dripstone that I yoinked from a cave under the swamp. Getting the stuff was actually a lot easier than I had anticipated, although it was a little tricky to get a beacon set up down there. Just in case I needed more resources, I decided to leave the beacon down there for a bit while I made my way back to the mountain. The hole for the farm was already there, right in between the slime farms and the super smelter bamboo farm. I had dug out a pretty massive rectangle to prepare for construction, so we could get right into it. Step 1 was covering the floor with moss blocks, because this farm relies on slime flying machines to harvest up the output. So we needed a block that didn't stick to slime, which means leaves, glazed terracotta, obsidian, or a bunch of other options would work too, but they were all a lot harder to get, so moss seemed like the obvious choice. Once the floor was in place, I got some frog lights to line the walls and floor, so we didn't make an accidental mob farm. Then the bottom slime swiper to harvest up the stalagmites, and the ceiling layer where we would have to hang the pointed dripstone to form stalactites. That just left for the water on top and a quick test run. So far, so good. Next, I came up with a redstone circuit to activate both the top and bottom flying machine at the same time, as well as a return station on the other side. And by the end of the stream, we had a functional dripstone farm. I ended up adding more underground water channels to collect the output and transport it to the smelter room as well, which was starting to look like a serious resource collection hub. And with that done too, we finally got to the point where it was time to outline for our underground decoration project. So I flew up to my floating storage room and started building out with temporary blocks from there. But we had barely gotten started when I flew to the side wall of the cave to look at it, and it didn't look right at all. I'll explain the issue while we replace the first reference lines in a better spot. Now, I won't spoil too much too early on, but I want the cave to feel like a massive open area that naturally formed. Right in the middle of it will be a network of bridges connecting a large-scale mining operation. Now, I thought at first that the storage room would be a part of that, but as I placed the reference lines on the side of it, I realized that the storage room is too big to effectively hide in a bridge structure or a tower. It would need a pretty massive foundation to support a structure that looks that big and heavy. But since the storage room is right in the middle of the cave, that would make the cave as a whole feel small. Can you imagine? Well, maybe this will help. If we use that as a reference for our first bridge, that leaves plenty of space to fly around the cave. The only question is, how do we hide that storage room from sight? Well, I have an idea for it, but we can only hope we get that far before day 3000. First, we have to focus on the bridges, because the reference for those will help me a lot to understand the layout of the room. So I kept building temporary snow lines and sand pillars, flying out, getting a feel for the look and proportions, and then adding to it. Until eventually, I understood enough to figure out the first location for the first building that would connect to these bridges. That circle would be the foundation for our forge, the place where all the ores mined underground would be smelted into ingots. This place will look incredible when it's done, and it will hold another farm inside of it as well. But first, I built up the outline to understand its scale, because we weren't quite done with the outlining for all our bridges just yet. By the end of that stream, I managed to get the framework done, which was awesome. But there was a major issue. With the addition of the bridges, the dripstone farm, and the 7 slime farms we had built up, we got ourselves caught up in a things will get worse before they get better type of situation. All the snow blocks that I had used for the farms and the outlines looked awful. So I stayed up very late that night to prepare for stream the next day. I decided to fix our issue overnight. And this thing right here was gonna help me do it. This is a basalt generator, and it produces an insane amount of block. Now, basalt has an issue. The block has a very different top and bottom texture than a side texture. So it's not the best block to outline terrain with, because it ends up looking incredibly messy. Smooth basalt, however, has the same texture all around, but the only place it spawns naturally is as the outer shell of an amethyst geode. Luckily, you can make smooth basalt by putting regular basalt through a furnace. So a basalt generator plus a super smelter equals more blocks than I could ever use. And with those blocks, I went to work. I built up wireframe terrain that looked like it could have been naturally formed over the slime, dripstone, and bamboo farms, as well as the super smelter itself. Then I filled all of that in with the smooth basalt blocks, and I started placing deep slate slabs and stairs on top of it to get rid of the torch span. My plan is to keep this cave incredibly dark as long as we're building it, so we can choose which areas to light up later, which will make them immediately pop out visually as soon as we enter the area. For now, at the very least, hiding all those farms made out of plain snow blocks had returned some much needed visual calm to the cave floor, which meant we could actually see what we were doing again with the frameworking. Now, I have gotten a little bit ahead of myself, because all of this terrain was a 2-day project in real life. And it's not what we worked on during the stream, because the day before, we had actually realized there was another farm missing that we were really going to need. I had to get myself a piglin bartering farm, for among other things, Blackstone. So on day 2227, we had set off to the nether roof to pull off something tricky. Something that honestly terrified me because of what happened in my previous world. I had to catch a bunch of piglins. Technically, there wasn't a lot that could go wrong, as long as I wore my golden helmet. But there's a memory haunting me that might mean I never feel safe around piglins ever again. Still, whatever needs to be done, needs to be done. So I flew to the top of my gold farm and built out to the side with snow blocks to create a temporary spawning platform. As long as you build these platforms high enough up in the air, you can fly up to despawn all the mobs below and then glide back down until your platform presents the only available spawning spaces. Pretty epic strategy if you're looking for a special mob. And sure enough, it took me less than a minute to get our first piglins to spawn. So I trapped them in a boat and flew up again to repeat the process. Less than 15 minutes later, I had all the piglins I needed. So I trimmed the snow platform to remove the extra spawning spaces, and with all the piglins safely stored away in boats, I got busy building up the farm. I can say that I enjoyed setting the piglins free and luring them into their holding cells. This was honestly terrifying, but I absolutely did enjoy putting their name tags on. The entire process of setting up the farm went by much faster than I expected, because by day 2231, I was ready to fill up the dispensers with gold ingots and get the bartering underway. This farm would supply us with the blackstone we needed, but also crying obsidian, which we would use plenty of before these 1,000 days are over. The next day, I worked tirelessly cleaning up the floor of the mountain cave. When it was time to stream, we focused on the real project at hand. With the blackstone from the bartering farm, I started building up the base of the first pillar that would carry the elevated bridge in the cave. Higher up off the floor, I transitioned to deep slate variations, some mud bricks, and tough patches for variation. It all looked very dark, but that was exactly what I was looking for here. The real life of the cave will happen around this structure. It doesn't have to draw too much attention, although at the same time, I wanted to display considerable wealth. And that's where the bridge pavement comes into play. With a combination of deep slate bricks, chiseled deep slate blocks, and waxed cut copper blocks. This structure belongs to a civilization of metal workers, but we'll get to that later. Once I had figured out the pattern for the side of the bridge pavement, I went to work with stairs, slabs, and walls to fill in the sides as well as the top. And before long, the first bridge was starting to shape up. Now, we would have to copy all this work to all the other parts of the bridge. But that day, after stream, a spark of inspiration hit that would put the bridge building on hold for a little while. As I continued cleaning up the cave floor, I stumbled upon a pretty large stuff spot. Because these blocks can come in handy as texture later, I decided to dig it out. Initially, the plan had been to cover it back up with deep slate after, but that changed when I exposed bedrock while mining. Now I knew that we were really close to bedrock. The thing is, if there had been anything more than 6 layers of deep slate still separating us from the bedrock, I would have replaced the bombers a second time to get rid of that as well. But the chance that there were still caves with spawnable spots under the floor was almost zero. So for spawn-proofing purposes, it really wasn't necessary. The thing is, I just hadn't thought of bedrock for a while. But when I exposed a couple blocks, I realized something. We could make a really cool visual here if we expose some of the blocks while mixing them up with magma and lava. As if the miners had been too greedy. As if they had dug too deep. And so I did just that. And the result turned out pretty awesome. But it drew my attention to something else. At this moment, as cool as my base was above ground, the only thing we had going for us down here, deep under the mountain, was this lava pool and the output room for the super smelter. Sure, the whole reason that we were down here was to make sure this place would look good, so things didn't fall apart as soon as we made our way underground to get resources from our farms. But I was starting to realize that we would be down here for a long time. So to keep my motivation up, we had to make sure that there were these small moments of joy where we were surrounded by cool builds and details. And I knew just the place to turn to next. The easiest place to make a difference was the main gate. After all, that's the exact spot where our build went from good to bad. If we could turn that into a proper entrance, our transition would be a lot less harsh. So I collected materials and went to work. The entrance room itself came with its own unique challenges, since we had to surround the redstone door with blocks that wouldn't stick to it. That restriction made me go with crying obsidian and blast furnaces, which honestly looked pretty epic. With the addition of deep slate, polished basalt, blackstone, obsidian, and an enchanting table in the middle of the room, we ended up with a pretty dramatic entrance. Or so you would have thought. Because we hadn't even started on the dramatic part of the entrance. Because honestly, what could be more dramatic than entering your base in hardcore by taking a leap of faith? That's right, I wanted to make the entrance to the base a blind jump into a 200 block deep hole. But first, we needed a beautiful entrance cave. So I made my way to the storage room once more and got construction materials. And then we went to work constructing the framework for the cave itself. Since I knew exactly what I wanted out of this room, I immediately integrated green color blocks into the deep slate foundation as we were building it up, which made the walls come to life pretty quickly. Sure, it was looking basic, but this entrance already had a lively energy to it. But once the frame for the cave was largely done, we needed a block that I didn't have lying around. So I flew out for another trip to the lush cave we had visited earlier to collect some clay blocks. I flew my way back again, and then back at the entrance cave, we placed some clay as a foundation, a couple drip leaf plants, and a sea pickle here and there to light the place up, which made for a great start. Then we added roots, leaves, glow lichen, and a couple of candles to make sure the opposite side of the room was spawn-proof as well. By the end of the stream that day, we had made a lot of progress on the entrance cave. It wasn't quite done, but everyone was really enjoying the process. So I made a deal with chat that I wouldn't continue working on the cave without them, and we would finish it together on stream. However, as I said that, I didn't realize that it was a Sunday. So my next YouTube stream wasn't until Tuesday night, and that meant there was a lot of time until I streamed again. So the next 2 days, I worked on different small tasks during chill streams on Twitch, where I focused on the grindy stuff that goes into a world like this, without a webcam or a microphone. While Twitch chat zoned out listening to my lo-fi playlist, doing some work of their own, and talking to each other, I added more Bedrock magma sections, and I started framework on the terrain under the forge. But by the time Tuesday night came around, I wasn't quite ready to finish up the entrance because I had gotten excited by something else that we were now ready to follow up on. For a long time, Stream Chat and I had been talking about the idea of having an elytra course running down the mountain. And now that our entrance room was done, we were ready to lay out the routing for that. The idea was pretty simple. Whenever we need to go into the base quickly, we'll take the leap of faith entrance. But later on, if we want a challenge, we can turn right after the main gate and take a much more tricky route through a narrow elytra parkour tunnel. This will be one of the last parts of the base that we end up decorating. But while we work on the rest of the base, we need to know the routing so we can keep it in mind while designing everything else around it. Gliding down the inside of the mountain, I placed one red wool ring after another, circling around the outside of our cave, sticking as closely to the sides as possible, because we need to hide all of this away in the walls, invisible from within the main cave. It took a lot of flying up and down that stream, a lot of trial and error, but we ended up with a pretty smooth course. I'm so excited to get back to that later, but it could very well be another 2,000 days before we get to it, because at this moment, we had to get back to small pleasures rather than big dreams. I had recently improved a really important place, the Super Smelter output room, but I keep running into the same thing just because of the sheer size of this project that we're working on. Every time I make one place detailed and enjoyable, it automatically draws my attention to something else that's lacking. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because that feeling sort of guides us through the project. It compels me to fix things. So with the output room for the Super Smelter now looking cool, it became way more of an issue that the input was, well, this weird platform. So once more, I got out the snow blocks for a temporary reference as we laid out the frame for a bridge that led into a room for the Super Smelter input. We added another classic redstone door as an entrance for the room, nailed it, and then paved the top of the bridge with stone brick variations and a little tuff sprinkled in here and there. For the sides, I decided to see if we could make a cool railing with anvils and copper stairs, which worked really well. In this case, I didn't wax the stairs though, because I want the copper on this bridge to age a little bit. Once the bridge was done, it was time to build the room itself, and I had a pretty cool idea for it. While I had been covering the slime farms and the super smelter, I had kept the main smelter visible through black stained glass from the top, so we could see the smelter running, which honestly looked really cool with all the minecarts. That did mean that our room had to extend a little ways backwards from the door, and with that size, I could definitely see the spot being an amethyst geode. So after we laid out the shape on the outside, I flew to the storage room to grab some amethysts and I went to work. To keep things simple, I decided to skip out on the calcite, but after making the inside of the entrance gate look good, adding amethyst to the wall, and adding dim lighting to the room with soul lanterns, the place looked pretty epic. That just left the top to be spawn-proofed in the same fashion as the blocks around it. Deep slide slabs and stairs are the way to go. Spawn-proof, but very dark, so when it comes to designing the feeling of the cave later, we have a lot of room to work with dark and light contrast. And done! We now had a super smelter with a cool input and output room to keep us going. So it was time to circle back and finish that other detailing project we had started not too long ago. My entrance cave needed to really come alive. So I grabbed some dripstone from the farm output barrels to complete the cave. The dripstone added a lot of character, but there was more work to be done here than I remember. Because we weren't just missing a few details. There was actually an entire side of the cave missing, but I saw an opportunity there. I grabbed my block pallet that we had used earlier and extended the room further out to the right, which made it feel a little more like a cave and a little less like a straight tunnel with only one place to jump down to. And that just left one final step to complete the cave. Because in the end, the magic is truly in the details. I'm so glad we took the time to create a proper entrance to the project. We went from this weird hole in the side of the mountain that we would just fly through, to a spectacular entrance with a hidden key, a colorful cave, and a leap of faith. But once I took that jump, well, we still entered a very, very raw looking industrial area. And there is only one way to get past that. We have to place a lot of blocks. So without hesitation, I started building up the next pillar of the bridges with permanent blocks. While I did that, I held a torch in my offhand, so the Optifine dynamic lighting would enable me to see what I was doing. And while that worked, the moment that somebody in my stream chat offered up the suggestion to use a night vision potion instead, I immediately jumped at the idea. Everything around me just felt so dark and disheartening. So I flew back to my starter house, added 2 more brewing stands to the living room to increase my production capacity, and brewed up a couple night vision potions. I made my way back to the base, chugged the first one, and noticed we had some unexpected company. So I got rid of a creeper first, and then, assisted by the night vision effect, I started building up the pillar. And although everything still looked very barren, that potion was a huge relief. Playing in the darkness by myself was bad enough, but I really did not want to put stream chat through that same issue. Expecting people to watch me build in pretty much complete darkness felt like too much to ask. When I finished the second pillar, about a game day later, I realized our issue was actually bigger than just that. As soon as I was looking down at the progress, the night vision effect ran out and my vision returned to normal. And that made me aware of a very real problem. The whole concept of this cave relies on darkness as a design feature. But while we're building everything up, that makes it much harder to evaluate the quality of my work. You see, this second tower looked a lot less balanced than the first one. There were too many light spots, which just made it feel patchy. But that only really jumped out at me with the night vision enabled. And that's the thing that made it click. We would have to rely on these potions during the whole construction process. But my brewing setup really wasn't up to the task. So an important new project formed in my mind. And let me tell you, it would change everything and end up giving me a huge boost in motivation. But before we got to that, I had a couple potions to work with, so I used those to replace some of the lighter patches in the second tower, and I added a third tower to the bridge as well. The next day, we hit a small speed bump though. As stoked as I was for our new project, I had to do a little bit of research to get it started. And the days that week were super busy as I was finishing up the script for the last part of my 2000 Days movie. That meant I hadn't really gotten around to the research. So during the stream, we focused on a few basic tasks that needed to be done, while the exciting project up ahead waited for the right moment for a few more days. During those streams, I sorted some farm outputs so our chest wouldn't overflow, mined some more deep slate to clean up the cave floor, until I got sidetracked when I found a surprise cat running around in the base of my perimeter. That sent me off on a little quest to get another pet. But fishing in the entrance cave was way too slow, so I ended up enchanting a max fishing rod on day 2384, before realizing that using a sword to fish for salmon was way quicker. I couldn't find the first cat I'd seen, but I did manage to catch another one. I gave this little guy a name and tasked him with watching over the frogs in the smelter output room. And then, I finally wrapped up the writing and pre-editing for the 2000 Days movie, which meant I had a few days before my editor would show up with the draft version to complete the movie together. So that weekend, I went incredibly hard on terraforming the first section of the cave. Because the next Tuesday, when I returned to streaming, it would finally be time to take on that project that I had been holding off on. We were going to set up a machine that would give me back something I had really missed. That stream, we would build up an automated brewing machine that would provide us with an unlimited supply of night vision, which would be very useful during construction, but it would do something more. It would give me back my shaders, which meant that we could back to some real designing soon, because the whole cave is going to look great without shaders just as well. But the light and dark contrast that we are going to be working with will just be something else with complementary shaders, and adds a whole new level of magic to it. The issue was that at this stage of construction, it was simply too dark to use shaders though. Chat could see nothing, but that was about to change. To prepare for the brewing room, I had created a space in the terrain that would end up supporting the forge, and I had already hidden an entrance cave and a redstone door in there as well. After setting up a platform for the brewer and laying out the output chest, I had to make a quick trip to my blaze farm in the nether to pick up some blaze rods. With those, I made a bunch of brewing stands and headed back to the brewing room itself. This machine is a combination of modules that were designed by Impulse SV, and it can be used to make basically any potion. So we're going to set it up with night vision, swiftness, strength, fire resistance, slow falling, regeneration, water breathing, and even turtle master potions. Now a lot of those immediately make sense, but some of them might not. Just trust me on this one, that one day it will all click. Once all the modules were set up, I filled up the night vision module with all the required ingredients. Then I built out a hopper line to the side, leading outside the chunk of rock that the brewing room was built into. You see, if I wanted this machine to work for us long term, it would be vitally important to have an easy way to stock it up with water bottles. And the coolest way I could imagine doing that was having a small pool on the side of this basalt wall here, where I could access the input chest. With a temporary water source, I filled the chest with bottles that would stock up all the potion modules, while I flew to the witch farm to collect the resources for the rest of the modules. As I flew back down towards the brewery, I had no idea how happy I would be a minute later. But as I entered the room, I found a chest full of night vision splash potions and threw the first one in my face. I realized what this moment meant, and how much I had missed playing in my world with the shaders that I was designing it for. So without hesitation, I turned the shaders back on and flew around the cave. You should have seen the look on my face in this moment, because I knew the impact this would make. We had faced a good few hurdles, but with all the new farms set up and our shaders turned back on, it was time to get back on track and build a remarkable world. And that project started at the very place where we would come back time and time again to replenish our night vision. All the other potions were good to have for the future, but this one was essential. That meant we needed a better, easier way of getting it applied than flying all the way into the brewery each time to get it, or carrying a sugar of them around. I wanted the moment where we got night vision applied to be exactly that, a moment. So I set up an automated potion dispenser that got restocked directly through a hopper line coming out of the auto brewer. And with that, it was time to decorate again. We would start with the brewing machine, and then the dispenser on the outside. For the brewery room, I had a very industrial feel in mind. So I started hiding away the potion redstone in what looked like a massive industrial kettle made out of copper, deep slate, and lava flowing behind iron bars. It looked like an insane machine, which was exactly what I had in mind. But right now, it was just a machine in a barely terraformed cave. To give this place the feeling of an actual room, I quickly put in a floor, cut down some spruce trees to collect logs, and built up massive pillars to support its ceiling. Placed the beginning of the walls in between the pillars, but then I pressed pause on construction. It would be a while before we came back to complete this room. Actually, this would be the very last place we would work on during the stream where we raced to get everything done before day 3000. Because for now, I wanted to shift my focus to the exterior of the room. After all, we were now 467 days into this 1000-day arc, and my industrial cave still looked like trash. But that was about to change. We were about to start construction on the purple area, which probably means nothing to you. So let me quickly explain. Recently, I've been really enjoying the exploration of gradients and color variations in my builds. And to further dive into that, I came up with a plan. You see, this cave is absolutely massive, so we have more than enough room to build different areas into it. Now, I'm sure you've seen one of these videos where someone transformed an area into any number of biomes. Admit it, these have been all over your recommended videos at some point in time. And while the videos are super well made, well, the final results, let's be honest, they suck most of the time. Listen up, I don't think the biomes are bad design. That's not the issue here. But as soon as you place things this close together without transitions, well, it's just going to feel all sorts of wrong. So with this cave down here, I want to see if we can make things blend a little better. But I also want to come up with different areas. So we're going to assign certain spots a specific color and design with that color as a starting point. And this is the purple area. That's all I will tell you for now. So with the color purple, a smooth basalt foundation, and the given fact that we need to build a pool of some sort around that massive chest up there, I went to work. And the first challenge immediately was a tricky one. We had to connect up the terrain properly. Nowadays, a lot of people create their worlds in text worlds and then transfer it over into survival with the help of mods. But I just think it doesn't make the game any better. The downside of my approach is that things just take a lot longer. But the process of slowly seeing the world around you develop is well worth the time put in. In the end, you'll know how much effort went into doing things the hard way, and you'll end up loving your world more because of it. While we build up this base, the thing that will slow me down the most is the fact that I have to create foundational terrain in basalt first, before then revisiting it and making it look good when we get to the part where we decorate and detail it. So to win back some time, I'll try to incorporate the basalt walls into the design wherever possible. And in this spot, that meant we went with a small basalt delta variation for the terrain. The first step was creating room for a couple small pools between the basalt pillars. One of those is to fill up the water bottles for the brewery. The other ones are just here to look good. While we were working on that, we'd see a glow squid spawn into the biggest pool every now and again. Because that looks amazing, I decided to grab name tags so we could keep 2 of them permanently. Now, if you're paying close attention, you've probably seen that I built up this area around the night vision dispenser. But from far away, flying into this spot, it's a little hard to find. So to make things easier, I decided to mark it with something a little bigger. I want to build a giant mushroom to mark the location of the dispenser. But since this is the purple area, I need a weird selection of blocks to build that thing. So I went on a little tour around the base, looking for surprising options. Honestly, the amethysts were really straightforward. But when I went shopping with the masons, I came up with the idea to use blue glazed terracotta, which definitely came as a surprise. Crying obsidian was another really cool option, and purple seemed straightforward too. So I grabbed some chorus fruit from my farm and tossed that into the smelter as well. The first mushroom cap that I had tried hadn't really worked out, but I was determined to try again. With calcite, I created the stem for the mushroom, and then, with that as a reference, I gave it another shot. Figuring out shapes like these in survival is really tricky, because making adjustments is a slow process, and it's hard to see what you're doing when you're this close to the build. I was thrilled with what I saw. The amethyst line wasn't quite what I was looking for, but from the reference blocks, I could totally visualize a giant mushroom here. To kill two birds with one stone, I decided to use pearlescent froglights on the bottom of the cap. That would both draw attention to the mushroom as well as light up some of the blocks underneath to make them spawn proof. Because at this point there are a lot of torches all over the base, but eventually every single one of those will have to go. For now, they keep the witch farm in business though, so we have to roll with it for a little bit. After the froglights were in place, I decorated the rest of the mushroom cap with amethyst blocks and crying obsidian for the inside, and the surprising blue glazed terracotta for the outside. To finish the cap, I rounded the top with purple glass before creating a ring on top of the terracotta with purple slabs and stairs. Figuring all this out had taken a while, but about an hour after starting it, we flew away from the first of a bunch of crazy looking mushrooms. Sure, it had taken a little bit of time, but this was a great way to make this corner of the base come to life. And it was just the beginning to this area. Before we hit day 3000, this is going to look way cooler than you can imagine right now after just these first few steps. This could very well be one of my favorite spots of the entire base by the time that we're done. We had a little bit of time left to work on this place right now. So during the next stream, I scattered amethyst clusters around the area, added purple pillars in between the basalt, added glow lichen as well as a second and a third mushroom. The purple area, with our essential night vision dispenser, was starting to come to life. But the real magic would have to wait for a couple hundred days, because the very next day was a really special stream. We had a major milestone to celebrate, and it wasn't just hitting 2,500 days in my new world. The next day was April 10th, 2023, and that meant my world was now exactly 1 year old. So when stream started the next day, I found myself in front of a huge pile of chests. We were about to fill all of those up while I visited every place in my world that had even a little bit of significance. First off, I flew to my starter house to grab a book for this iconic day. Because much like the 2000 day stream, this was a special one. Because on this day, we held up a tradition that had started almost 2 years before in my old hardcore world. And truth be told, I had almost forgotten about it. But that's where you guys have my back. I'm really glad somebody reminded me on stream the day before. Because what we were about to do would leave a lasting mark on my world that would become more significant with every passing year. Starting with my spawn chunks, I set out to visit every location in the world where I had left any items in the world. By the end of that show, I intended to empty out all those shulkers and use them to make an art installation out of them, much like we did in Season 1. But before we could start on that, there were a lot of locations to visit. Next stop, the End Realm. After dropping off the first few shulkers in my storage room under the mountain, I flew to the insane terrain surrounding the stronghold in the Flower Farm area. And through a very cool cave that I had recently spotted, I made my way to the end portal. Once I went through that portal, the inevitable happened. I had felt a little nostalgic already, when we visited my spawn chips. As I flew out to the Enderman farm, the trip down memory lane really started. Because in more ways than one, the End Realm is where my journey really began. To this day, I remember how the first Ender Dragon fight in this world went. It had been a nervous experience, but a really cool one. A moment of redemption that came a little too early. Because the realization of what I had lost with my Season 1 world hadn't really set in just yet. Still, it was a really special moment, because I did that fight with over 1,000 people cheering me on in chat. The fact that so many of you were there for it made me feel like I had a responsibility to you guys to not throw the fight. So I went in with a level of determination that you don't really expect to feel when playing the game. As the dragon died and the nerves made way for celebration, I felt like we had arrived at the birth of a new journey. But I was wrong. The end dimension wasn't quite done with me yet. Because about 100 game days later, we got very close to losing our world to this place. Although, it wasn't due to me almost dying. So maybe I should say, we got close to losing our overworld. If you know the story already, you know you want to hear me scream at the end of it. I'll give you guys the short version. Around day 120 of my world, due to a glitch, my end portal disappeared. And with it, my way home. We were sealed in the endless void with no way to escape, besides killing the dragon. The issue was that I had no way of fixing the broken respawn animation and spawning another dragon in, so I couldn't defeat it. At that moment, there were 1,500 people in chat frantically trying to help me out to find a solution. But whatever we came up with, I had no resources to pull it off, and no way to get any of those either. Until, after about 45 minutes, someone spotted the 4 cobblestone we had used to tower up to the end island the first time we entered. This, to me, is a Minecraft miracle. Without these 4 blocks, there was no way home. But with them, we had enough resources to craft a piston, which meant that we could push end crystals from the towers to the dragon's nest in the middle of the island. Nobody knew if it would even work. But we had literally no other options. So we tried. And then this happened.
Yeah! It works! It actually works! It actually works! We are getting out of the end! We are surviving this!
That day, I felt like we lost the world. In that moment, I even made peace with it. And I imagined the base I would have built to end the series if we couldn't make it out of there. But this world wasn't supposed to be gone. It was supposed to turn into something magical. That moment was now over 2,300 game days ago. And as we made our way around the world, I saw that we had done a lot to make that magical world come to life. We had created temporary farms while we needed them, and then removed them to preserve the landscape. I had built a starter house that I still loved coming back to, and a snow farm in an amazing location that had provided us with our most used block. Then I had destroyed a swamp, remodeled it to a winter wonderland that hides away all my farms underground, and I built a castle on top of it that looks out over my entire world. And the best thing about it, all of this exists in a world that is taken care of, rather than shredded apart in the process. Magic in the making. While traveling down memory lane that stream, I collected 206 shulker boxes that were left behind at all my different projects. In 13 different colors, although most were default purple, white, yellow, and purple. And with those shulker boxes, I was going to face a challenge the next day. But before we got to that, the room needed to be a lot bigger. So that night, I set up a beacon, and I mined. A lot. But the next day, I was ready for the challenge. I was going to build an art piece that would fit in this room with exactly all the 206 shulkers that I had found the day before, without changing any of their colors. Exercising creativity, if you will. Specific restrictions will challenge you to come up with creative solutions. This one, for every real-life year that I have this world, I want to do exactly the same, and hopefully we can bring this room to life over the course of a few years. This first day we worked on it, I had to make sure my design would work out. So I first counted out 5 patches of flour and temporary snow blocks before I started replacing those with the default purple sugar boxes. Since I wanted to use exactly the amount of sugars that I had found, it was quite a puzzle. But with plenty of flying up and back down to check if the shape was working, we got a shape that I really liked. Design-wise, that should have been the hard part. But although most of the blocks were out of the way, the stem and leaves coming out of it were also quite tricky to figure out. We had to deal with some colors that really didn't want to go together. And sure, it's not the prettiest thing I've ever built, but from an absolutely arbitrary number of blocks with an equally arbitrary color selection, I was really happy with what we made of it. And although Chat urged me to decorate the rest of the room around the flower, I resisted the temptation. I only constructed an entrance platform. I even left the temporary entrance that I had used while mining out the cave. Because I felt we had done a lot for the first time that we worked on this room. After all, one day earlier there hadn't been a room, and I think it would be super cool if we could evolve this place over the course of a few years, rather than embracing the side quest right now. This was a great starting point for something really cool, but for now, it was time to close the door to the Hall of Years, until we had deserved to come back here, a year from now. As I flew back to the mountain, I realized that something had changed. I had been so busy trying to figure out how I was going to make the cave look good enough by day 3000. And because of that, I had lost track of the part of the journey that was now behind us. But that trip down memory lane, while we collected all the shulkers, had put things in perspective in a major way. Unconsciously, it had settled in a day earlier, when I decided to dig out a pretty big cave as a foundation for the Hall of the Years. But when I made my way back to my main project, it really clicked. It didn't really matter how far we got by 3000. The only thing that matters is that the journey feels awesome. Because in the end, the world will reflect that, no matter what. And that realization planted the seed for an idea. We were going on an adventure soon. But before then, I wanted to work on some things that were left unfinished. And that started with the purple mushroom area. Progress was made that day. But when we continued the next morning, I realized that as cool as the mushroom area was, it shouldn't be my main focus right now. After all, I was getting ready to set out on a big quest. But when we came back from that, I wanted to return to a cool base. So we had to push through and get to the next stage of the base progression. And I knew exactly what we had to tackle to get there. At this point, every time I jumped down into the industrial area through the entrance cave, there was one thing that immediately grabbed my attention. Snow. Lots of snow. And while that was a good thing above ground, it really didn't work underground. Because of all the snow and sand frames, it was hard to see any real progress being made. Everything just looked really cluttered. So it was time to build up the towers that would carry the elevated bridges built into the cave. To speed up that process, I decided to do all of the blackstone bases first, before changing to the lighter deep slate blocks when we got higher up off the floor. We had used this trick before, but once more, using sand for the visual reference lines saved us a ton of time, because you only have to break one block for an entire pillar to collapse. One tower after another got a blackstone foundation, but after a few game days, my blackstone supply was running dry. So I made my way up to the nether roof and put all the gold that I had available into the droppers at my piglin bartering farm. As I emptied out the chests, Chat absolutely roasted me for not having an item filter on the farm. And rightly so. I promise we'll set it up later, but at this moment, I just wanted to take whatever blackstone the piglins had to offer and get back to work right away. So I hopped back to the portal and continued working. By the time the next stream came around, all of the pillars were done, but there were still a ton of temporary snow blocks all around, and I was on a mission to get rid of all of those. That meant it was time to focus on the underside of the bridges as well. With just pillars and straight roads on top, things would look rather funky. So I had to add arches in between pillars to support the weight. Like so often, I didn't really have any idea how we were going to solve this design issue. But when the time came around to fill in the inside of the first arch, I came up with the idea to use dark oak fences in here, which still fit really well with the dark aesthetic, but at the same time, they open up some space under the bridge that will allow me to add light to the bottom of it, which then adds a little bit of focus to the bridges once we turn the night vision off in the final design. You'll see. Just trust me on this one. That stream, we finished the underside of the first bridge, which would serve as a template for all the rest of them. To get rid of a lot of snow, I built the underside frame for all the other bridges as well. And already, things felt a lot better than they did just 2 days earlier. But we were running out of easy snow blocks to replace. And if I wanted to come back to a cool underground base after my upcoming adventure, it was going to take more than just getting rid of some temporary snow blocks. So I shifted my attention to the one structure where we could make the biggest impact. It was time to build up the forge. A challenge that would turn out to be harder than I had anticipated, but at the same time, it would feel much more rewarding than I could have hoped for. Just like with the bridges, the first step was simply getting rid of the snow frame. To make sure that the entire forge looked coherent with the bridges that were connected to it, I went with chiseled blackstone, basalt, and cut copper blocks. Then I made the stairs down into the forge itself, which were made out of deep slate tiles with end rolls on the side and top of copper blocks. So far, things were going pretty smooth. But as I flew around, I realized that the building was looking pretty dull. And nothing about the shape told me that it was A, a forge, and B, an important structure. That had to change. So I built another snow frame, then a basalt outline, and then I filled in the walls with deep slate and a little bit of blackstone. It was a start, but the building would need a lot more. Let me tell you a little story about designing. Do you know that feeling where you've started something and it just doesn't feel like it's coming together? I'm sure you do. Well, this moment right here was me hitting that exact wall. And truth be told, that isn't all that rare. In fact, I think I've hit this wall hundreds, if not thousands of times. And it took me a little while to figure out the trick to that. But it's surprisingly simple. You just keep moving. One block at a time. You try to add something that makes it better, or take away something that makes it worse. The thing is, if you can manage to keep doing that without worrying too much about the final result, well, before you know it, you'll place one of those blocks that makes a difference. You'll get somewhere where inspiration hits, and all of a sudden, everything starts making sense. And a lot of the time, that moment will be entirely unexpected. For me, it happened right here. As I walked down the stairs into the future forge, I realized that it would make much more sense if we walked straight towards the main furnace, rather than putting it further underground. So I had to expand the building further towards the back. With that realization, as I started building yet another temporary snow frame for the furnace extension, my mind started racing while I figured out all the different parts of the forge and why they needed to be built. From that point onward, this building had been a bit of a struggle, became my favorite build of this entire 1000-day arc. You'll see why in a few minutes, because before we finished this place, I pulled a classic move. I had just gotten a huge burst of inspiration, and whenever you feel that excited energy because you can see the direction the build is heading in, well, if you're really feeling it, you can use that excitement as fuel for some things that still need to be done as well. And I had a couple of those waiting. So the next day, we flew out of the mountain to get rid of one of the weirdest things around the entire base. It's pretty wild how this temporary wool line is still here. But after a little over 600 days since I placed it, I had finally had enough. I replaced the wool with stone, andesite, polished andesite slabs, and then I just had to blend the sides of the path into the mountain. That process got disrupted by some zombies and a pretty crowded creeper party. But besides that small interruption and the occasional phantom, the pathway construction went by pretty smoothly. Just a couple game days later, the only thing left to do was some quick spawn proof. So I got out the custom texture pack I made to identify any spots without snow layers. And with that, our pathway had now upgraded from this to this. Not bad at all. Next up, I quickly knocked another tedious thing off my list as I dealt with the pavement on top of our underground bridges. And then, it was time to log back in and get the foundation for the forge and the furnace done. So I did just that. I didn't. Not because I didn't feel like it or I didn't know how to proceed, but simply because chat convinced me to do something else that we have been talking about for a few days. The time had come to get rid of a farm that had served its purpose. For the last little while, my sugar farm had been trucking away at full capacity while I worked under the mountain, which meant that by now I had more sugar shells than I could ever realistically use. Since this type of farm only works with plenty of air blocks around it, keeping it here made no sense for my cave design. So that day, we had some fun with it. While working on the forge foundation, I actually got a lot more done than I initially expected, which meant that by the next stream, I was ready for some real detailing. That, to me, is easily my favorite stage of any project, because once you start detailing, your builds really come alive. Sure, it doesn't translate to a YouTube thumbnail too well, but I'm not here to make a collection of thumbnails. I'm here to make an exceptional world. And that week, we took a big step towards that goal, because the detailing on the forge would take this structure to the next level. A quick trip to the nether tree farm I had made earlier got me some crimson steps to build a small crane meant to hoist ore blocks up into the structure. But as I looked at it from a distance, crimson wood didn't seem to be the right block for it. So I quickly replaced everything with spruce instead. Much better. Next, I built basalt support beams over the deep slate furnace to help withstand the pressure built up by the heat inside, which also looked a lot better. And with that, we were done with the outside of the forge for now, because the real next level detailing was going to happen on the inside. But before we could get started, I had to get some resources for it. So I flew out to the nether to mine a few sugars of netherite. Initially, I had thought about building the inside of the forge out of deep slate, but that had presented a problem. For the bridges, I had used nearly every variation of deep slate, and if I kept using that for every structure, the entire area would become way too bland and boring. So I decided to use the interior of the forge to open up my building palette a little, with some future buildings in mind. Once I had enough netherrack, I made my way back through the portal. I totally didn't miss my jump through entrance cave, flew to the super smelter, and tossed all of the netherrack into the input to smelt it into nether bricks. And with an inventory full of the stuff, I flew into the basement of the forge to turn this place from a foundation of a structure into a building that actually made sense, while also housing a new farm that would look amazing too. First step, figuring out the staircase that we would use to navigate the room. To make sure there was enough space in the room to properly decorate, I built the spiral stairs up halfway and then continued with an end-faced ladder all the way to the top. With the location for the stairs figured out, I built nether bricks around iron bars in front of the magma. And as cool as that concept was, it didn't quite work the way I wanted it to. Because the first pattern I built up was way too complicated in reality. So I decided to stick the nether brick walls up all the way before figuring out the pattern. It took another trip to the nether for more netherrack, but before long, we got it done. So I tried the fence gaps again, but much more subtle, which turned out to be exactly the way to go. From the walls, I turned my attention to the floor, for which I had to get some basalt from my basalt farm. So I made my way out of the forge to get that, while decorating the entrance to the ladders with some nether brick as well. Then, I got the basalt, some dripstone blocks and pointed dripstone, and equipped with those resources, I made my way back to the forge basement to construct the floor, and then, the setup for a lava bucket farm. I figured that if we decorated this area with basalt and dripstone blocks, we could make this farm actually look like it was a natural floor integrated into the forge structure. And let me tell you, it would look awesome. Once the cauldrons were laid out in a crescent shape, I placed the dripstone above it, flowing along the same curve as the spiraling staircase. That just left the lava buckets, some more detailing in the lower area, pipes to transport the molten metal, workstations, and with that, the forge interior was done. I truly love this place. The detail level is just something else. I literally can't wait until the moment where the entire base looks like this. It was a lot of work, but it was worth it. That meant that the adventure I was about to embark upon the next day was truly deserved. Every now and again, someone in my stream would ask if I had completed every advancement in my world. But the fact of the matter was that I had been much more invested in building a base than completing advancements. After getting all of them in my first hardcore world, I didn't really care about repeating the task right away when I started this new world. But the more time went by, the weirder it started to feel to not have all advancements completed in this world. And the more I started looking forward to completing them again. And on day 2687, it somehow felt like the time was right. If we went now, we would have a cool base to come back to. And I wasn't stressing anymore about having to finish my entire basement before 3000 days. After almost 2700 days of just playing the game, a lot of the advancements were completed already. But honestly, there were more of them left than you might expect. So I flew out of the base to get our mission started. We cleared a couple easy ones first. I made my way to a jungle, shot the skeleton from miles away, and looked at a parrot through a spyglass. Just 2 minutes after starting my quest, I was on the way to the nether for my third advancement already. Once I got there, I took my helmet off to get a piglin angry, before dropping him a gold ingot to create a distraction. Doesn't work if he's not mad first, but this one, very angry. Since I was in the nether anyway, I quickly aimed my spyglass at a ghast, and with that out of the way, I returned to the overworld for the next few advancements. Bullseye was a tricky one. You can make a perfect setup for this, but I wanted to try it the hard way, which didn't work at all. So eventually I caved in, and we ended ended up using a goofy maneuver with a trapdoor. And done. So far, things were going really smooth. But it was about to get more complicated. To prepare for the next few advancements, I flew by my starter house to collect some resources. But as I was sorting through my chest there, I heard a lightning strike. That thunderstorm was one of the very few things that I still needed, which was completely out of my control. So when I heard it, I rushed to the nearest village as quickly as I could to first protect the villager from a lightning strike, only to throw a channeling trident in his face seconds later. And just like that, we had 2 more advancements done. But just as I was about to leave the village, I heard phantoms. So while the thunderstorm raged, I tried to set up the 2 birds, 1 arrow advancement, which is a difficult one, because you need to get the phantoms on low health first, before finishing 2 or more off in a single shot. The thunderstorm did not make my life easier, but eventually I pulled it off. With that, we had already conquered 8 new advancements, but there were another 18 left to go, so there was no time to waste, and I just kept moving. Walking on snow with leather boots and shooting a pillager with a crossbow were easy enough. But at this point, we were starting to run out of easy options, so the time had come to move on to the more complicated things. This should be fun. First on the list, Monsters Hunter. With 32 out of 34 monsters slain, there were 2 likely suspects I wanted to go after. And for the first one, we had to make our way back to the Nether again. I was pretty sure all the Nether mobs were off the list already, but I also knew for a fact that I had never brought a Hoglin into the overworld to turn it into a Zoglin. To make this as easy as possible, I created a portal that was plenty big enough to get one through. But it turns out, Hoglins are afraid of lit Nether portals. So I broke the portal and tried to lure one into the unlit frame before lighting it again when he hopped through. As soon as the Hoglin disappeared, I hopped after him through the portal, and right in the swamp, I took care of the turned Zoglin. That just left 1 more mob to be hunted down, which honestly had me guessing. But Stream Chat was there to help me out with a pretty brilliant suggestion. There was 1 mob that I had definitely seen, but probably only once. And that was way back when we threw ender pearls until we got one, before leaving it in the Enderman farm forever. An endermite. I thought it was a great theory, so I made my way up to the Nether roof to collect some leftover ender pearls from the piglin bartering farm, and threw pearls on the floor until we got an endermite to spawn. And when it did, we had that one out of the way too. The next 3 advancements were pretty straightforward, although they did take a while. First, I flew out to a nearby mountain range, looking for a meadow, where I got the sound of music. Then, I activated a respawn anchor in the Nether. And finally, I found myself a strider, which sets us up for another mission that took a little bit more work. Mostly because I wanted to be very specific about it. You see, the easy way to get the feels like home advancement is finding a lava lake in the overworld, setting up a Nether portal, and getting a strider from the Nether right there. But I wanted my strider to have a better home. So I set off on a pretty long journey to bring this guy to the most unlikely place imaginable. It took a bit of mining, climbing, and even bridge building, but eventually I managed to get him to my Nether safe house. And from there, well, I marched him up the pathway of a snowy mountain. Would you ever imagine a strider around these parts? Well, he was not really vibing with it. It's pretty cold out here. Quickly, I dropped him down the hole under the mountain in a boat, and then I got a bunch of lava buckets from the basement of the forge, which I then placed between 2 lines of snow blocks to make a 2-block wide lava river that ran for 50 blocks. None of this made any sense in terms of physics, but it got us the feels like home advancement, so it works. Next up on my list, the first ballistic. Killing 5 different mobs with a single crossbow bolt. Sounds very complicated, But a sheep, a pig, a llama, a chicken and a cow, and a splash potion of poison made it pretty simple. GG. Next. This is where the fun started. Because next on my list was Star Trader. So far, I've been pretty nice to villagers. I've never stolen them away from their homes and villages. I've never bred them. And the ones that now live at my base were all found as zombie villagers whom I cured. Given the fact that this Star Trader villager was about to be pretty special, I decided that I wanted to find a new zombie villager to cure who would live at the castle after we were done. So I came up with a plan. To make the operation easy, I built a massive temporary spawning platform above the castle. Since we're super high up in the air and the base itself is spawn proof, there is no other location for mobs to spawn besides this platform. So it's simply a matter of flying in and out of range of the platform to cycle spawns until we get a zombie villager, which happened pretty quickly. So I secured him in a boat, threw a weakness potion, and gave him a golden apple before getting rid of any aggressive mobs. Once the coast was clear, I just had to make sure none of the mobs could get my future Star Trader. So to make sure that he would be fine, I removed a bunch of snow blocks around his boat to prevent any zombies from reaching him and turning him again. However, right before leaving, I realized that the villager was a nitwit who can't get a profession and therefore can't trade. So this was not going to work. Since he was curing already, I decided to keep this guy around. We had to try again, but the night was over. That meant my only sensible next step was to fly out to take care of the next step in my master plan. It was time to start getting everything together for the hardest advancement in the game, called How Did We Get Here? To get it, you need to have every effect in the game applied at the same time, which is challenging to say the least. But there's only one hard requirement to get it. You need to get a shulker and a dolphin to the same location for the levitation effect and dolphin's grace. And for everything else, there's a creative solution to not have to drag everything around your world. So to get the shulker and the dolphin in the same place, you have two options. Either you get a dolphin to the end, or a shulker to the overworld. Luckily, I already had a shulker under the mountain, so that seemed to be the logical option. Plus, I felt that it would be really cool to get the advancement in my base. So I continued construction on a dolphin transport tunnel all the way from the ocean to my base. But there was a problem. This would end up being the biggest waste of time in the history of my entire world, for more reasons than one. But we'll get to that, because first it was time to try and get a second potential Star Trader, preferably one that could get a job. It took me a couple nights of trying and trying again, because after that initial nitwit, it seemed like no zombie villagers wanted to spawn anymore. But eventually we got one. So I dug another sky trench, fought the remaining mobs, and the next morning, after the villager cured, we got Star Trader. Because the platform? Well, that's already at build limit, of course. It's a high base, you know? We'll see these guys later. But with this tricky advancement out of the way, it was time to get back on track with the master plan. So I flew to the ocean, caught the fish with the bucket on the way, because somehow that easy advancement had made it through this far. And then I got 2 dolphins on leads and brought them back all the way to the base through my tunnel. Once I got to the end, it was a little stressful, because they can't be out of the water too long or they'll die. But against all odds, the dolphins lived. And they made it into the temporary holding tank that I prepared for them. So, let's talk about why this was a massive waste of time. Well, first of all, getting the How Did We Get Here advancement isn't quite the same as it was the last time that I got it. Since 1.19, there's one more effect added into the mix, and it's a scary one. To get the advancement now, you need to have darkness to get from this guy. And I'm not about to invite him over to my base. There's 2 good reasons not to do that. For one, he's real mean. And secondly, I generated all the chunks throughout my base in version 1.18, so there's no natural skulk anywhere close. which means it would be a long walk where a lot of funky stuff could happen. Now, before we get into what will be the solution to our how did we get here predicament, there's still 2 dolphins in my base. So what will I do with those guys? I figured we would just keep them around for now, so we could let them live in an area where they would fit well. But it wasn't meant to be. I even went as far as to replace the entire bottom of their tank with soul sand to make sure they had air to breathe regardless of their own dumb behavior. But Minecraft dolphins, they will find a way to die. Somehow. And they did. So long story short, that whole tunnel was a waste of game days. We needed a different solution. But first, it was time to get the remaining couple of advancements checked off. Those were all pretty grindy, but mostly not that eventful. And they all happened at the same time. I fished for a bunch of salmon with an axe to tame cats, while I flew from village to village to find every unique variation. Meanwhile, I bred every animal I found along the way, until we only had tricky ones left. We learned that snow foxes and regular foxes can have babies together. We got the calico cat as our last variant about 2 game days into our flight around the world. We found the ocelots after another 2 days, but the pandas were nowhere to be found that stream. For just the pandas and the mushrooms, we flew around for an entire stream the next day, where I forgot to record the raw footage. Only to find out, 1 day later, that there was a mushroom island real close to the desert where we had started our journey. But eventually, after getting the uneasy alliance advancement as well, there was just one thing left to do. The last 2 advancements that were left were a furious cocktail and how did we get here. And you get those in one go. So it was time to finish the setup and get the last 2 advancements. But there was a big complicating factor. You see, adding the darkness effect into the mix, we now had 2 options to choose from. Option 1 was get a warden into the base, and that one was a big no. And option 2, get a shulker and a dolphin to an ancient city, which was much more appealing, because once we were there, we could use a skull shrieker for the darkness effect, rather than a warden. And that's where our complicating factor came into play. The thing is, from my base to the closest ancient city that I know of is a long way. And I really didn't want to make a railway from my base all the way over there to transport a shulker. There was an alternative, of course. If we could set up a nether portal at the ancient city, we could lay the railway for a shulker over the nether roof, which was 8 times shorter. And we didn't have to build a railway up in the air, since the roof is already flat. Seems like a straightforward choice, right? Well, we didn't get to the complicating factor yet, because there are a few rules in my world, and one of those is that I don't use F3, which makes the game much more adventurous and fun. But it makes linking up portals really complicated, because the only way we can find out coordinates is by calculating them using maps to measure the distance from coordinates we already know. So for an entire lo-fi radio stream on Twitch, I played around with maps and temporary blocks. That mission took a lot of trial and error. Had me end up in the gold farm output once, but after a ton of calculating, measuring, flying around the overworld, trying portal locations, checking, and double checking, we ended up with a few really important portals that literally changed the way my world works. I now have a portal up to the roof right next to the super smelter, a portal to the ancient city on the nether roof as well, and a portal to the stronghold portal room right next to it. But most importantly, because of all the measuring, I now know a bunch of specific coordinates in my world, which means that we can count out distances around the base to set up a nether hub further down the road. It may not sound like a big deal, but for me, this was a game changer. And the best thing about it was that I had to put in the effort to get it done, which made it all feel that much cooler. With the nether portal challenges out of the way, The only thing that was left was preparing the setup for the advancement. I found this pretty awesome setup in a video by Bar31 using a Skulk Shrieker for the darkness effect. So I started off by preparing the holding cell for the shulker, setting up the trapdoor I would squeeze myself into, and installing the potion dispenser right next to it. Once that was out of the way, there were a lot of ingredients that still needed to be brought to the ancient city, starting with the dolphin. The trick to leave no room for error here is to squeeze the dolphin into a 1x1 block of water on top of Salsa and then sealing off the top. That leaves nowhere for the dolphin to go to commit suicide. Still, make sure it gets breathable air from the bubble. So, I built up a drop shaft up to surface level, made another temporary snow staircase, and then it was time to go look for a dolphin nearby. The living conditions I was about to leave this guy in were pretty appalling, so I tricked him into coming along by giving him a name tag labeled Life of Luxury. I know, not my best moment, but the strategy worked. So on day 2742, I had a dolphin set up for the advancement, which meant it was time for the next step. We had to transport the shulker from the base. But everything was ready for this moment. Back when I built up the shulker farm, I had left a backup shulker on the floor of my base. And now that we had working portals on top of the nether roof, getting it over there should be as easy as sending it through the portal. Except he was nowhere to be found. Turns out, he was just chilling on one of the gold farm spawning platforms, which led to a rather funny game of cat and mouse around the farm. But eventually, I managed to get him in mode next to the minecart track, and not much later, he was ready. Which brought me to the next item on the list. I needed to get a wither rose, which after checking at my starter house, I realized I didn't have lying around. Now, I don't have a farm for these, nor for wither skeletons, which was funny because it was the second main farm I made on my previous hardcore. But I just don't use beacons all that much. I don't like the way they look, so I haven't felt the need to build a wither skeleton for the game. And that meant we had a little side quest as I made my way to the nether to kill wither skeletons until I had 3 skulls. With those, I made my way back to the overworld, where I lured a bunch of unsuspecting chickens into a wither farm. Which was unfortunate for them, but it got me my wither rose. And once that part was done, the only things left were setting up a double beacon for haste and jump boost. Since I didn't have a rabbit foot for leaping potions, then I did a bunch of potion brewing at my starter house. Finally, I went to visit the automated brewer room under the mountain for night vision, swiftness, strength, and fire resistance. That completed my potion collection, and as the last step, I had to grab the conduit from the ocean monument I had stolen to decorate the castle with earlier. That was a lot of preparation, but it seemed like everything was ready, so it was time for a test run. According to my plan, I could fly to the desert over the nether roof, get Bad Omen and Hero of the Village in the desert, then fly to a nearby ocean monument to get mining fatigue, and then rush back over the nether roof all the way to the ancient city in time to apply all the other effects before the mining fatigue ran out. And the test run? Checked out. I had 2 minutes and 30 seconds to spare on the mining fatigue. And that meant it was go time. I activated everything according to plan, yet failed miserably. Not only did I not get how did we get here, I also didn't get the Furious Cocktail advancement. And that could only be explained by something very basic going wrong. Because all Furious Cocktail is getting all the potion effects applied at the same time. Did I miss one? Either way, we had to try again. That night, after the stream finished, I analyzed the footage to get ready for the second attempt the next day. And I found that I had made 2 mistakes. The first one was bringing my hunger down too far to make sure we could eat all the necessary ingredients. That meant I couldn't sprint when I got down under the trapdoor, which led me to not going into swim mode and therefore not activating Dolphin's Grace. But it didn't explain why I didn't activate all the potions. The second mistake happened when I tried to eat the pufferfish and accidentally deactivated the lever, which caused the potion dispenser to stop firing too early. As a result, there was still a water-breathing potion left in the dispenser. I had plenty of information to fix my mistake. So the next day, I came prepared. Everything was ready, and we tried again. I hated this moment so much. We got Fury's cocktail, but not how did we get here. And the thing that messed it up for us, Dolphin's Grace. Again. This time, I moved backwards before all the other effects were applied, ending the Dolphin's Grace effect. So we had to try one last time. And that got it done. I can't tell you how relieved I felt when we finally got it. It took me 3 tries, but it was done. And that called for celebration. So I made my way back to my base, jumped down into the entrance cave, and flew straight to the villagers to buy myself a birthday cake. And that made for the very last hidden advancement, when we got an LA to drop the cake at a note. We finally had all the advancements. What an adventure. To finish my stream that day, I looked for an ancient city to hopefully get some enchanted golden apples back. And it seemed like my luck had turned for the better. After 2 ancient cities that I had visited so far, which both gave 0 enchanted golden apples, I finally found 2 of them in this city, in the same chest. That was a great feeling, and a satisfying end to a few days of trials and tribulations. But the work had paid off. We had all the advancements. So the next day, we got back to work on the base. And as much as I had joined the advancement hunting, I was ready to build again. Because day 3000 was creeping up on us. And even though the stress about not finishing the basement had left me, I still wanted to give it everything I had in the final push. So when we got back to construction on day 2777, I made a promise to myself that I was going to focus and work as hard as I could to get the forge side of the base looking as good as possible. And the first step to getting that done was finishing up the purple mushroom area. The foundation for that place was looking pretty solid. But as well as all the smooth basalt work as a framework block, I had gotten a lot of comments during streams that it looked too boring. Now, as I explained before, I wasn't too worried about it, because it's just a foundational shape for the terrain. But I did see where everyone's coming from. So I decided to take this mushroom area as an opportunity to prove that I could make terrain look interesting, even with a foundation that looked so dull. After adding a little bit of terrain variation by building a pool with a waterfall higher on the wall, I placed down a bunch of different coral blocks above water so the coral died, giving it a great texture that would work really well with the more present purple blocks. I wanted this pool to have some cool detailing, but I didn't want it to draw focus away from the more interesting details around it, so the coral had to be very plain. Next up, it was time to start thinking about the wall itself. So I made a quick trip to the piglin bartering farm to stock up on blackstone and both crying and regular obsidian. I quickly replenished my night vision and loaded up my inventory with purple glazed terracotta, amethyst, and the blocks I had just gotten from the bartering farm. With those, I built a portal-like shape into the wall that looked very cool. But as I looked at the shape from a little further away, I suddenly imagined another block that could work very well with the energy that this palette had. It was a little out of left field, but Skulk has a pretty fungal feel to it. Somehow, it felt like it just made sense. So I went back to the ancient city that was now so quickly accessible over the nether roof to gather about a shulker worth of Skulk. Honestly, I can't put into words how cool it feels to be able to just use a portal to go here. In my previous world, using nether portals to go to remote locations was the most straightforward thing in the world. But now that I had to work so hard to get them set up, it just hits different. Once I made my way back to the base, I started on the next part of the wall decoration. But it was a little tricky, because we were working on an overhanging rock face. But with the help of some temporary snow and scaffolding, I could access all the blocks that I wanted to place or change. In some spots, I just placed blocks in front of the ones already there. But occasionally, I mined a few out and changed them to get a certain line looking just right. But all in all, the process was pretty straightforward. I really liked what I was seeing. By the end of that stream, the area was looking pretty sick, with the night vision on, but especially when it was turned off, which is exactly what I was hoping for. We had made some really good progress, so the next day, we were ready to start on something new. But while the new stuff was exciting, it was also time to finish some of the older stuff that was only partially finished. So every day, around the streams, I tried to put in a couple hours of boring terraforming work, just so we would get the terrain done. Luckily, to counterbalance that grind, we got to do some really fun work together on stream. With both the mushroom area and the forge looking cool, this particular corner of the base was really starting to shape up. But there were still a lot of temporary snow blocks left, and I really wanted to try and get rid of most of those. Which led me to this interesting reference section. I had made a couple of snow reference lines connecting to the bridges a while ago. These were supposed to be the platform that holds the main hall of the bridge structure. I didn't exactly know what we were going to build there just yet, but I knew that it had to be grand. So I imagined a large, fortress-like structure built into the side of the cave wall, which, even with the snow frame, it's a bit hard to visualize against the flat wall behind it. But we would get that sorted before day 3002. For now, I just took care of a little bit of the terrain that supported the main hall structure. And then, we moved on to the building itself. I considered a lot of different blocks for this, but whichever way I looked at it, I just kept coming back to the same consideration. Anything gray or black as a base was too boring because everything around it had the same colors. Regular stone was simply too light. It would be a massive contrast. So that guided us to that block that we had opened up with a forge block, netherrocks, which meant we needed to get a lot more of those than we had available at the time. So once more, I found myself mining for netherrack, throwing a couple shulkers worth of the stuff into the super smelter, and then crafting them into blocks. But soon enough, we were ready to start building. But I knew this build was going to be challenging for a few reasons. First of all, it's fully diagonal, which is always tricky. But more importantly, the frame I had built up was very blocky, which meant I had to come up with a creative trick to make the front of the build look interesting, even if the shape was basic. So I turned to one of my favorite building tricks, using wall gaps to let an accent block shine through from behind the main facade. And if we're talking about shining through, then what better block to use than glowing magma blocks? The front faces ended up with a really cool pattern. But rather than repeating that on the smaller inside panels, I added nether wart blocks there as well, as a different accent block. This was looking like a great start, but like so many times before, I had forgotten how big this base actually is. Even a structure that fills a small part of the cave still ends up being a massive build every single time. So before I knew it, I ran out of nether bricks. And that meant we needed a more effective collection method. I did consider just mining a nether fortress, but I just couldn't imagine it being faster than insta-mining netherrack. Yet somebody in chat did come up with a faster idea. Using TNT to mine this stuff is completely wild. You pretty much get a shulker in 2 minutes if you're not terrible at this. Insane. With my netherrack store fully topped up once again, I got back to construction. Filling in the walls, adding more detailed areas like this red nether brick and crimson stem combination above the door, as well as these pretty wild hanging towers to create a more dynamic looking front for the structure. All of this progress happened on one of my lo-fi radio streams on Twitch. Inspiration just hits different during this, and this turned out incredible. Sure, there was a bit of work left, but that was an amazing start to the structure. But time was starting to run out. 150 days. It's just 50 hours, which may sound like a lot, but considering how much terraforming I still wanted to do, well, it really wasn't. Even though there was time left, I could see the 3,000 days finish line inching closer. So I decided to do the most tedious thing that still needed to happen first. Over the course of the next 2 IRL days, I spent 17 hours terraforming. It was a pretty brutal grind, but I Netflixed my way through it, and I got it done. So the next stream, I could surprise everyone with this picture. It was a game changer. Imagine what this will look like if we managed to do this for the entire cave and then detail it. I can't wait to see it. But speaking of detailing, that's exactly what we were about to do with the last 100 days. And that started with the area next to the mushrooms that I transformed into a muddy pond area. Every part of the base that we properly detail had so much magic to it. I mean, look at this place. Next up, I finished the fortress ramparts. Removed a little bit of torch spam on the walls by switching the spawn-proofing method to deep slate slabs instead. And just a few game days later, the progress looked like this. Awesome progress all around, but there was still an area that could easily be improved upon. So I started construction on a mine shaft, where the resources came from and ended up with a smelter in the pit. I got some really cool details, like this path and the elevator to carry the resources from the upper shaft down. At this point in the progression, we hit a really cool moment. Now that the terraforming was done for the time being, and we were hitting our stride with detailing, I suddenly felt like I could afford to spend this money on something that I really wanted to do, but had been on my optional list for a long time. You see, I'm aware that building everything I've dreamt up is going to take a long time. So I try to make sensible decisions about what happens when, so the progress in the movie makes sense for you guys. Which means that quite often, things get put on hold, because something else is more urgent for movie purposes. But since we were doing so well here, I got to pull something off the optional list and make it a reality. But to pull that off, I had to spend some more time in the redstone lab. For somewhat of a milestone moment, actually. Learning is always a gradual experience. And the best way to learn is by studying the work of people who are ahead of you in their understanding. So I had borrowed from amazing redstones, but eventually You have to step out of your comfort zone and fly, even if it might not look pretty. So I decided that I was going to design this redstone circuit completely by myself, using the tricks I had learned from all the builds that I studied so far. What I wanted to create was a system that is part of my fireworks show, which shoots snowballs through lava. Now, I had used something like that before, but in that design for the Season 1 Nether Hub, it had been super visible. Here, I couldn't do that, since it would create light pollution on my perfectly spawn-proofed, yet dark mountain. So I needed a system that hid itself away. And I put together just that. And once I had it working, I did a redstone thing that I had never managed before. I slimmed it way down and made it compact. Now I'm sure this could be done way easier, cleaner, or better. But it felt like a massive victory in the Looney redstone arc, and I was proud of it. Now the only thing I still had to do was build it into my world. So during the next stream, I built up 3 of these modules to start off with, right under the mountain surface. I filled them up and tested it. And it worked to perfection. At this point, I was just 1 day away from the big 3,000 day stream. So I started collecting up dyes, crafting fireworks, and just getting everything ready for the big day. Because on May 14th, 2023, I was going to do the remaining 25 game days in a single stream, while I filled up the 3K days book that was going to end up in the Hall of Thousands, where we started this 1,000-day arc. And that stream, from beginning to end, was just amazing. I spent so much time writing your names in that book that it took me 10 hours and 15 minutes to get through 8 hours and 20 minutes of gameplay, with less than an hour of combined breaks. I spent nearly an hour just writing your names. Meanwhile, we finished the lower area of the fortress structure and added deep slate redstone ore in the wall underneath, which looked amazing. And that filled up all the gaps, so it was now a finished structure, with no snow or cobblestone behind it. Then, we wasted 2 game days to gather a block of netherite to put on top of the fortress, because Stream Chat went wild over it, and one of my longtime moderators, Dakshay, offered to shave his rather impressive beard in exchange. He actually did that. I saw the picture. Then, we pulled off an absolute speed run of the remaining bridge sections that weren't fully completed, decorated the mineshaft area, and cleaned it up just as fast. And then when that was done, I constructed redstone doors to access the farms behind the newly finished terraforming. We celebrated every 5-day milestone that stream with fireworks at the starter house, and spent the last few days polishing the brewery room interior, while the countdown to the fireworks show on day 3000 started. With 20 minutes left in my 1000-day arc, I grabbed my Pathfinder's coffer that points to all the relevant locations in my world, and I showed off all the work, grind, and love that went into this world so far. But while Stream Chat and I flew off on that journey, you and I have a different one to share. At the beginning of this movie, our industrial district looked like this. Now, 1,000 days later, we have added a whole bunch of new farms, while the area got prettier rather than messier. There's still a long way to go before this place completes its transformation into the magical base that I have in mind. But these past 1,000 days, we have made some spectacular jumps in the right direction. And we completed all advancements as the cherry on top. With minutes to spare, on the night of day 2999, I returned from the recap tour and flicked the lever to start what may very well be the best Minecraft survival fireworks show so far. That night, the sky around the Loonly Mountain filled with sparkling colors. But it was more than that. Magic was in the air. And with a smile on his face, Looney flew to the Hall of Fame against the spectacular background. When he placed that book on the lectern to remember another leg of the journey, successfully completed, together with all his friends, a tear rolled down his face, because he knew this was the most special Minecraft he would ever have. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in another 1,000 days. I have survived 2,000 days in hardcore Minecraft. That video is releasing a week after this one, so here's the recap of the first 1,000 days. This story really starts after I beat the Ender Dragon, so we'll move through the early days quickly, but not so quickly that we miss some really important events that would shape the course of this entire world. As I was collecting my first tools in this cave, I didn't know it yet, but the world I had just spawned into was prettier than most. And that unexpected beauty would send me on a very special journey. And at this moment, I wasn't quite ready to see it yet. Having just lost my old world on day 6,560, I wanted to get my redemption arc underway ASAP. So the first few days were spent doing the essentials. I mined to get iron, almost died to a creeper, got some diamond armor, and then I carefully ventured into the nether. That spawn was awful, but I quickly found a piglin who traded me a fire resistance potion. So the blaze fight was easy enough. Not much later, I found myself trading sticks for emeralds at the village where I spawned, and finally emeralds for ender pearls with this guy, who lived in a beautiful area. On the 5th day in this new world, I had found a stronghold. It was time to defeat the Ender Dragon again, and claim the beginning of a new hardcore adventure. The first dragon fight is hardcore's big filter. This is where you're most likely to lose it. I felt the jitters during the fight, that's for sure. But luckily, my focus was on point. And me, and 1,000 people watching, shared a special moment on stream. As the credits rolled, I had a new hardcore world. And with that, our story was about to begin. The next stream, I ventured deeper into the end, towered up to the front of the first end ship I found. I ran in over the dragon head, rushed downstairs, killed the shulker that guarded it, and then I picked up my first set of wings. And just like that, I was ready to fly back to the overworld to make this world. But before I did that, I made the most of the stack and a half of firework rockets that I had taken into the end. A bunch of enemies later, I made my way out with a few backup elytras and more diamond armor and tools than I would ever need. Over these first few days, I had made a lot of progress, but I wasn't quite ready to look for a base location just yet. The next step was to make sure that all the progress made up to this point was sustainable. That meant I needed 3 things. First of all, I set up a mending villager to repair my gear, which is easy enough if you spawn in a village. Then, I set up the most convenient XP farm I know. Once you have your elytra, building an efficient enderman farm is honestly a piece of cake. A quick fishing trip got me the name tag for the endermite, and the rest of the resources were easy to find. The third item on my list had a bit more to it. I required reliable access to gunpowder and sugarcane for rockets. And this moment right here is where my world starts differing from most Minecraft worlds you've seen on YouTube. You see, since I hadn't explored my world yet, I only knew the area in between my spawn chunks and the stronghold. And I felt like I hadn't found my future base location yet during my very limited travels. So I decided to build a mob farm entirely out of dirt, just so I could take it down later, when I didn't need it anymore. Why? Because I believe you enjoy your Minecraft worlds much more if you can prevent them from becoming a cluttered mess. And trust me, I will go to extreme lengths to do just that. With the farm now done, I was ready to explore my world for a cool location to build a starter house. But before I set out on my travels, I made a compass, because the compass points to world spawn, which right now is my only point of reference in the world. I've decided that I won't use F3 in this world ever. A small restriction that has made the game a lot more fun for me. But we'll get to that later. After a bit of flying around, looking for a starter base location, I came across something that I simply couldn't resist. Once I found this ridiculous floating rock, I decided it was time to make up for one of my biggest regrets in my parkour world. I had been in such a rush to build a cool base that I essentially skipped the starter house. This time around, I decided to cherish the early days and make a starter house that would be a place I would love coming back to. So to make the most of it, I cleared out the entire inside of the rock and built a cool house, not just on top of it, but also covering the entire inside space and even some cool bridges weaving around the outside. It had taken me a little while to build this place, but I had a cool starter base complete with a picturesque detailed interior that even included some dark prismarine bits. But where did those come from? Well, an ocean monument, of course. But I didn't go there to collect the dark prismarine. That was just a sweet bonus. The monument raid was all about the sponges, which I needed for a really big project that was coming up next. Now that my starter house was done, it was time to start working on the main base. So let's go over the plan. Right here, next to my starter house, is a swamp, which has a chance to spawn this rare structure. In these wooden huts, the only mobs that will spawn are witches. And they can give you a bunch of interesting resources when they die. In this swamp, I found 2 witch huts close enough together to build what is called a double witch farm. But to make that farm run well, we need to make sure no other mobs can spawn in the area. Which meant that I had to either light up all the caves, or we could remove the biome altogether and make what's called a perimeter. Naturally, I chose the second option, so I could build all the farms I will ever need in this hole in the ground before covering it up with my main base. The best thing about all this is that I will never have to AFK for resources, because the farms will automatically gather them while I'm building and decorating the base. So first things first, I measured up the center block of the area with dirt lines, and I started building around the area to outline the terrain that I would need to remove. Using ice blocks, I dropped a water curtain down on the swamp to mark the limits of the area. Next up, I cut down the trees and prepared to level out the terrain. As I was getting ready to do that, I realized it was time for a small side quest. So far, I had managed everything with the diamond gear I'd found in the end, but now I had to level the mountains so my TNT flying machines wouldn't get stuck on me. So I decided to make a trip to the Nether to collect wither skeleton heads for a beacon. While I was down there anyway, I also collected ancient debris to upgrade my armor and tools with a bit of TNT I had crafted from the leftover gunpowder from the rocket farm. All of that went pretty smooth, and without any incidents, I made my way back to the overworld, and I fought the wither on a mountain close to my starter house. The fight was a breeze, and with that out of the way, there was just one more thing I had to do to continue working in the swamp. I needed to collect enough iron blocks for a beacon pyramid. So I mined out an iron ore vein I had found earlier in a cave at spawn and flew back over to the swamp. As I mined down the mountains, the area was getting closer and closer to being ready for my wild TNT mining operation. But there were still a few issues to tackle before I could shred the biome. The thing is, swamps are possibly the worst biome to do this in. TNT will destroy blocks easily, but if they're covered in water, it does nothing. And this is the wettest biome in the game, aside from the oceans. Luckily, I had come prepared. So I grabbed my sponges and started removing water during the days, while I hunted slimes during the nights to collect all the slime blocks I would need for the bombers. We were making solid progress when somebody in my stream chat suggested to go and fight the Ender Dragon again for a change of scenery. I thought that was a great suggestion, as I still had to complete the end, as they say, by opening up the remainder of the 20 possible end gateways. So I entered the unaware that I would be locked in here for the craziest Minecraft adventure I would ever experience. I would highly recommend watching the full 1000 Days movie if you haven't seen it yet, because this story deserves to be told way better than this brief summary. But essentially, this is what happened. I placed down the end crystals to respawn the dragon. But it never did. By leaving the game at that specific moment, I had glitched out the respawn process, meaning there was no dragon, but also no end portal back to the overworld. The only way to get that portal back was to kill a dragon. So I went through my inventory and all the random shulkers that I had in my end chest to see if I had the materials to spawn in another dragon. With every possible approach, we seemed to be one item short. As the options started running out, it looked like I had no other option than retiring the season by making a final base in the end with whatever resources I had available. Which I imagine would have looked a little bit like this. But by a small miracle, it didn't go down like that. I got saved by somebody spotting 4 cobblestone on the edge of the end island that I had used to tower up there the first time we got to the end. Those cobblestone blocks allowed me to make a single piston, which I then used to push 3 crystals from the towers into the center. There were 1,500 people watching at this moment, and none of us had any idea if this would really work. But as I placed the 1 crystal that I had left over from when we entered the end, this happened.
Yes! It works! It actually works! It actually works! We're gonna do this!
And that moment changed everything. As I defeated the dragon and made my way back to the overworld, I realized that there's a big chance I will never have another Minecraft adventure quite like this. And that makes this world really special to me. After making it out of the end in a miracle escape, I built a small museum in my house for the piston that had literally saved my world. And then the reality of the situation hit me. As special as the world now felt, aside from the starter house, the world was still empty. So it was time to step it up. I continued drying out the swamp, and after a combined 7 hours of work to just remove the water, it was finally gone. I had now gotten to the point where I just needed coral fans to finish up the machines. So I flew out to a desert I had found earlier looking for a warm ocean. I fought a quick raid on the way over to get a few totems, and then, as I made my way back to the swamp, it was time to go crazy and take the entire place apart. So I sealed in the witch huts with obsidian, set up all the TNT flying machines, and then I literally destroyed an entire biome. Eventually, the falling TNT wouldn't reach the ground anymore, so I had to move all the bombers down for a second run. After doing that, I sent them off, and while the machines did what I put them there to do, I spotted something shiny. There was a lot of diamonds being exposed by the TNT, and I realized we had an opportunity here. So I decided to risk it by flying in between the explosions and mining all the diamonds I could find. It was hectic, it was wild, but not much later, I had a giant crater in the swamp and a diamond beacon for my efforts. The result of all of that looked absolutely insane, and it was a great step in the right direction, but it also left me with a problem. Remember how I said that Minecraft worlds are more enjoyable when you can prevent them from becoming a cluttered mess? Well, this was now easily the most messy world I have ever had. So before setting up all the farms, I decided that had to cover the hole back up first. I did, however, move the temporary mob farm I'd built earlier above the water, since it would be awesome if we just had the farm here generating resources while we were building around it. Once I had that in place, I flew out and away from all the chaos to take a moment and add something cool to the world rather than more destruction. In a beautiful ice-spiked biome not too far from the mountain, I set up a snow farm to provide all the resources we would need for the next stage of the project. These farms can be absolutely tiny. I really wanted to build something nice, so I took my time and came up with this tower that fit really well with the mountain it was built on. Before I knew it, my snow farm side quest was over, and there was no more stalling. The grindy project had to start. I had to cover this entire perimeter with a snowy mountain, so using the mob farm in the middle as a reference point, I made wireframe lines out from all the edges until I liked the shape, and then I started filling it in. We had only done a little bit, and I realized I had to plan ahead a little bit. Using the fact that there were no spawnable blocks left, except for on the bottom of the giant hole we had made, I captured a bunch of zombie villagers to set up an iron farm, which would be important for later, because just about every farm you can imagine needs hoppers, and hoppers, well, they use a lot of iron. So with the farm running, the iron stockpile was steadily building up, and I got right back to filling in the wireframe ornaments. But it wasn't long until I had to press pause again. There were mobs spawning all over the mountainside, which made a lot of sense of course, since there were no other spawnable blocks in the area. Luckily, I had already thought of a solution. We were going to use a smart trick with snow layers to spawn through. You see, snow layers can spawn mobs on top of them if there are between 2 to 7 layers on a block. A single layer gets ignored and 8 count as a full block. And the awesome advantage of using snow layers here is that so we can spawn proof the entire mountain without having to light it up, which is gonna make a big difference for the final design. Initially, I had wanted to do the snow layers after the mountain was constructed, but with so many mobs spawning in, it was a matter of my own safety. So from this point forward, I had to build a section and then do the spawn proofing right after. That
Every time I kill a hunter, their armor upgrades 1 stage, meaning if I kill them 7 times, they can end up in full netherite armor. On the other hand, for every kill I gain a kill credit, which I can spend in this custom shop to help combat the hunters. Will I make the right decisions to avoid killing them, or will they force my hand and end up in super OP gear? You'll have to wait and see. If you enjoy the video, you should subscribe. We are super close to 200k, and you'll be able to say you were subbed before then. Enjoy the video.
I had a dream that one time Bablu hit me in the head, and it was
not a
right
dream,
now.
dude. Yeah, you're right.
Wait, this guy's going, bro. This guy's going.
Okay, I'm a little
get
sick
ahead.
today, boys. So if I sound a little different, then that's why, because I'm a little.
You
ill,
sound a little
but-
creamy.
You sound
Yo!
You sound
I
cringe.
do not sound cringe. What?
Yeah.
Look at this ship.
okay.
It's just for me. Just for me.
Cream in his throat.
Wait, why is this
No
ship
one's
like
alive.
Yo!
untouched?
Dude, this
Come
is
on.
a pirate ship.
All right, I'm going for the things on here.
No!
Oh, I'm going for him.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god!
Oh. Wait, this
Wow,
is bad.
that was. Oh, you're gonna die. You're gonna drown. You're gonna drown. You're gonna drown.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Yeah,
you gotta
you
get
are,
through
you
me.
absolutely
gotta get through me. boy.
Hey!
Hey,
Mm.
Bob Blue.
Bro, I can't.
Wait.
Bro. Wait, what?
I see ya.
Yes!
Saved.
Oh
That
my
was
god,
me.
yes!
Oh.
Let's go!
He was Suntex. Oh.
Oh, so he must be.
Are you guys boosting? You're so
Wait, why
cringe.
does Fans look like he's walking on water?
Because I am.
Because he's
Oh, fuck.
cheating? I don't know. It's almost nighttime already.
Linguini.
I can't even do anything about that.
I just
What?
ate linguine for breakfast.
Dude, this biome sucks!
Wait, this is.
Oh, this is
amazing.
a double rainbow swamp biome.
No, what does that even mean?
It's
Oh,
a
you
double
scrap-
rainbow swamp biome.
Stop!
Hi.
Let me be. Just leave me alone for a little bit, please.
Oh my god. Wait, this is so hard to navigate.
It is. Why does this biome suck?
Hello.
Diamonds?
Wait, Fans got it. Fans got it.
How did you get diamonds? Iron.
And iron.
He might have gotten the treasure map.
Oh my god, I can't reach.
It's nighttime, Bablu.
Bablu, it's nighttime.
Bablu, I don't know if you
Bablu.
can see, but it's nighttime.
Pablo.
Oh, I can see, dude.
Pablo.
What?
Bablu, there's
If
a
your
skeleton
eyes are
for you.
closed, it's nighttime forever.
Okay. Nice
Wait.
lore.
You're kind of right about that one. Ow.
I don't know what to do. I have nothing. This is so whack. Ah!
Oh my god,
I'm
bro.
getting-
Friendly fire.
How did I not get shot there? I'm kind of impressed. How long can you run for, Syntax?
You can't catch me on the gingerbread man. Oh my god.
Yo!
Oh,
You're getting bodied.
Red man.
Wait, why do you have shears? Hold up.
To
Hold
snip
up.
you with.
What?
Homie thinks I'm a bush. Oh my god, wait.
Oh
Hold
my
up, hold
god!
up.
You need to leave me
How
alone,
long
please!
do you run for?
I don't know, actually.
He doesn't
Spider
know.
boost! Boost! Oh shit.
No, stop! I don't know what to do here. This is so unfortunate.
This might be the death of me, guys.
I could be on half a heart and you wouldn't know right now because you're not gonna turn around and fight me. Oh,
Uh-oh.
okay. Okay. Oh,
He's-
okay. I got
He's
my.
climbing
What?
up the mountain.
Nah, 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 nah.
Bro, he's up the mountain, bro. What do you think he's pulling, bro?
He's gonna do his like bridging things now. Cause yeah.
The bridging thing.
Oh my god!
Wait,
No
what?
bridging things for you. Oh no, I can't jump. My hungry boy. No dinner.
You don't have dinner? I can give you dinner.
Okay, I would love some dinner. Can I have
Oh
that?
my god,
Where are you?
dude.
Come here. I dropped it on the ground.
Oh, my dinner on the ground.
Yeah,
Oh, this is good dinner.
I know. I'm just dinner.
Dinner
I
bone?
don't know
You're
what to
just
do!
Dude, don't break it.
I'm not breaking
Bad
it.
boy.
Okay, Bablu. Well, you keep waiting there, man. I'm gonna go kill you.
Stop.
Oh yeah, man. I'll stop. Yeah, guys.
Bob
Hey, he
was
said
trying
stop.
to Find a way out. He's using Clutch GPT right now, pulling something straight out of his ass.
That's not good. Look at all the
I think
time
Bob
he's
was
giving us.
thinking.
All right, Bob. I'm gonna mine some rocks. You stay right there. Don't move a muscle. Oh, he's moving muscles.
Ah, okay.
Andres, I'm gonna make you a sword.
I don't need a
Take
sword.
that.
I don't
Take
want your
this.
charity
Take
change.
this.
Oh wait, I actually want your charity change.
That's what I said. What?
Iron bars.
Well, what is he doing? What is blood doing? Well, I got no blood. I didn't really think this through. I gotta go back down. Did they come over here? I gotta get that shipwreck over here. There's literally iron here for free.
Oh, I killed him.
Oh!
I killed him. Oh wait, no, there's water. Are you
Yes!
kidding me, bro?
Oh my god,
Get him.
yes, dude.
Wait,
Is he
fans,
gone
you
now?
don't die, right?
I shouldn't be too happy, but okay.
Oh, okay. I fell in the water he was in.
Wait, so you're not chasing him anymore?
I am.
So he's long gone now.
I actually don't know where he is.
Oh my god,
Bruh.
this is so bad.
It's empty. Oh!
Oh, Suntex, you're trolling.
What happened? Oh wait, okay. He just like refused to
Oh
blow up, but that was
My
crazy.
God. Do it. You're dead to me. I'm gonna kill you now. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill.
Oh
I'm gonna,
no, this is not good.
What?
Let
Come on
me
now.
guess. Is it Andre says?
Simon says, "Fans, you're gonna
Oh!
die."
Yes.
I die.
Hold on, Bob was cheering of happiness.
Okay, that's not good.
Okay. Oh my god, this is so annoying. I got like 18 iron out of that shipwreck, and I had to use like most of it to get down from that pillar.
Oh, Bobley, you silly man.
Use.
Look at that. It's nice terrain.
Wait, that's rain.
What the hell am I doing? Guys, can you come here, please?
Yeah, I kind of died.
I'm a little
This guy already made it.
scared.
What did you make, Suntex?
I was getting an upgrade.
Oh my
Okay.
god. Okay.
Thanks. Didn't see that in the tab there.
Don't
Go
worry
ahead and ask you one more time. Suntex, what did you make?
I made a stone pickaxe.
You're scaring me, Bablu.
What? What am I doing?
You're getting me. You're getting me low.
So stay away from me. Why are you on me?
He is utterly confused. Okay.
Yes.
Ow!
I died.
Your
Okay.
armor has been upgraded.
Wait, what?
Oh, he has his nice looking
Wait,
armor.
wait, I have armor?
Why do you have armor? I don't know.
I have leather armor.
Wait, your
What
armor
do you
was
have, leather
upgraded?
armor?
Wait, when he died?
Wait,
yeah,
I'm confused.
I have leather armor.
Wait, I died.
Wait, if I die from
think I know
Bablu,
what's
I
going
think your
on.
armor.
We get more powerful.
Wait.
Wait, Bablu, can
You-
you kill me?
No.
No, but I have leather, and it's curse of binding, and I can't take it
Oh,
off.
what? Wait, Bablu, don't kill me.
Wait, maybe the more times he kills you, the better armor you get.
I'm not telling you guys anything.
Remember that one time in my basement? We were
Wait.
watching a movie.
I was
What?
upgraded.
Wait. Oh,
Yes, dude.
What
dude,
is
I just I like fat finger my F key and it's so bad.
You
Can you see that?
took your shield off your offhand.
I was like, shit. Then I put it back, but it only blocked me.
Oh my god.
Alright, don't worry
Oh, I
about it.
found my stuff.
Don't worry about it. Now I got full leather.
Wait, what the hell?
Enjoy your full leather, dude.
Wait, Bablu's towards spawn now.
He was on a little mountain thing next to the gross biome.
You don't like the mangrove biome? Why?
Oh, that's what it's. Wait, that's actually a cool name.
You're hiding from me, Bablu.
Fitz, you look
Alright.
silly down there. You look silly.
Okay.
Bablu?
You're on your ass.
What's up, fella?
Me and my gang are about to pull up on you. And I'm
I
naked.
don't think you are.
Me and my gang are full of hooligans. Oh.
Andre.
What's up? Yo, Andre. Yo, you have a bow? That'll do nicely in my possession, won't it?
Wait, clear comms. I'm making this real quick.
No.
There you go.
Wait,
What is
hold
wrong?
up.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Bablu, no.
Right.
What?
Ugly orange cat. You're not getting ready for the festive season, are you?
Wait.
Bye bye.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Distraction.
blinded?
Distraction. Blinded. Emeralds. Galore. Throwing a
What's
smoke
up,
bomb.
guys?
Throwing a smoke bomb.
Okay, I'm coming back. I'm coming back. Oh,
Oh,
Smoke
wait,
bomb
wait.
did
He
not
smoked.
activate?
He smoked.
okay.
He smoked.
Okay.
Go.
Go,
I
go,
can't
go,
see, I
go.
can't see, I can't see.
I'm flashing. I'm flashing.
He's blind.
Okay.
I'm boosting fans. I can't.
He's
boost them.
literally blind. Oh fuck.